Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone? Welcome to Illusion Fox Gaming. So I must apologize for the late start. Um, wasn't feeling very well, and so I've been trying to get to where I felt good enough to stream. And I'm finally to that point. So let's see here. Thancred is eager to set forth for Thavnair. I have Crowell's instructions in hand if you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Crowell was of the same mind, has already secured the aid of the good folk of the confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. This don't sound great. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreda? Moonbreda was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath, many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice, and yours alone. It is too difficult. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. And it looks like Goosey won another code. I mean, not that many people entered into our contest on Discord, but I always hate it like when it's like I wasn't planning on being late for something and I end up being late. Tomorrow night I probably will be late, and that is a planned event. Well, now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge, we're associates of Cryo, the students of Bodegian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us? Aye, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Wait, what? Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, then allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hunting, hurling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aether that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlian, and the other over in Yidamad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, where to test these aetherites, how fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say that these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. Well, I mean, you are about to be guinea pigs. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry, but it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Cryo truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilfson and Mistress Bluida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand it, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No, then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Oh, tough, you got us. That don't sound good. This wasn't told to me before. You didn't say anything about side effects. Sorry. Seriously? You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with the ether sickness. By the Monsuo traveler, I mean greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amara Lassi made with only the finest and freshest ingredients is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I am pleased to offer to you for the low price of 19,800 gil for not one, not two, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. Price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much as saying, but you realize any words reporting you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me? Ah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin? Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Oh, now I don't get attacked by the sickness. Praise be the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Anastinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You're in time, excellent. You spared us to Taru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back as you on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a thavnairian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. Does nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say, not even Elfno could hold a candle to you. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavnair as its domain, the nation of Radzat Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there was the Arcs. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hainish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzat Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye, we've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Krau's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Idilamod? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. His stomach had become once more thankful, is ready to get to work. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. The pier is yours. Once we've learned what we can, we regroup by the eighth rate. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be, crate is laden with fruits, but they're on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels further away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat like a Kazal. I don't envy his position. Better be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. He'll be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. Aha! There's the other person. Well, now, if it isn't Traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naronair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after fresh. No, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. And I guess that's the tower that they're complaining about over there. Thing with the purple light coming up out of it, spearing up into the sky. The Dalmaskins aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protections. Out here, we can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. But this will be an enormous loss. All right, forget about the Damascus. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanish favorites. Our consortium works closely with the merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kazuo, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Please, I must sell things. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Kazol. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Well, he may not be willing to talk to you and help you, but I certainly will. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazol too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazol, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Matsya regards you nervously. If I may ask, what is it that you do? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I wanted to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kazel, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish too. Shall we say 3 people here in Edelman? I will observe you and learn. You always do it the mafia way and go shake a weapon at him and go, you'll buy my fish or else. I mean, I'll get you in trouble one way or another, but yes. Greatness to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have slowed down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain here, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not that was the right choice, only time will tell. Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant's host's instructions. I hope to deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied with that you did good work. Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. And when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Well, that's one sale down. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade. With no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. When I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled, and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish, I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? I feel so bad about this. Oh, so you're from Miss Fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have any Acquali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. We certainly do, madam, and if you like it spicy, I also bring them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. So we've made two sales so far. And oh yeah, I can. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God's my stomach. Ether sickness. No, no, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Should take it easier. Eat more slowly. Well, that could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid if I'll have to pass on your fish now. If you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Nah, 2 for 3. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to 2 of the 3 people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have a great conversational skills. Watching it work was ever enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day pedal as well as you. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Coswell soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and she would be Matsia. Have you finished your business at the guild? So, you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find my buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, I truly am, but for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and family depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Causal. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Okay. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. But to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Tulafaroi. Something important has occurred to Estinian. That Matsia fellow you were helping, he's Arxidora, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arxidora would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Acciali lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled, then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. No, no, leave me alone. Help! Somebody help! I'm over too far. How dare you not give me any experience for killing you? Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see, you found them in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do, about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We had heard that their Oxidor were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city? We've considered it, me and the others. But fishing's all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we'll learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really, to think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you all about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller and ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God's fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So 'tis a simulacra of thavnairian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hainish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we'll be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. I, as you said, will do well to study their religious traditions. To Akiali. Welcome to iCalling, my friend. The name means white peach, and there isn't much here to say of that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Conga and old Hasvieda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manyasya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Maraga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. I mean, that didn't really tell me anything about them. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Pick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manasya and Mirga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manasya, the Mirga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manasya covered the might of the Mirga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manyasya have worn animal faces, and the Mirga the limbs of men. It still really didn't tell me who's who. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remember something that may be of interest. If you let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts three of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manyasya. You heard about them already, yes? Three sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sendaruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mendruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by the weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. And like fashion, to the Manyasya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what are the Merga, if I may ask? The Merga hold power over nature, and in ages past they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arxidora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Radzat forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap was in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally? Seem confused by this. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear of your faith for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we've sought out Kryle's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Matsuya has a shine in his eye that wasn't there before. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. Did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day, and those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Kind of going through and editing our various playlists that we built for our various videos over on the YouTube channel. It's like, shit, how did I screw this shit up so bad? Something not good is my guess. Okay, sorry about that. And let me thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Crowley herself is tied up with another investigation, Illusion is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions? Indeed, we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods being tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by Zexlink, we've been able to make steady progress with the talismans. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, we'll do it. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you. With your permission, of course. In that case, RNJ and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you're ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some precautions. Was it precautions preparations? I kind of read that a little fast. God, we are not having much luck with this map on Stream Raiders at all. You know what? I'm tired of this map. Here. We failed again. You didn't miss much. I hope you don't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance from emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Theoretics exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you returned and not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the deep off your hands. Thank you. I shall plunge its ether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Nutana regards you with those eyes you could drown in. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of the key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I'd like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arxidora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajia's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Yeah, we'll help. I may be simply imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out! Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let us continue on then. It's nice and far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. And there, here we are, Kajia's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that the spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it once if you would be so good as to stand guard. The canvas aren't like to return soon, but before better safe than sorry. Oh, that's good. Noble cause to try and uphold. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? No. Didn't even ask me, just sent it. Like, well, let's take a look at the details, see if it's a free company I would even want to join. I was like, yeah, I like role playing, but that kind of role playing, it's not something that I just want to have as an open thing as part of a free company. My thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Little does Nidhana know that she is about to send you on another errand. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. The stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that this was before Orange told everyone about their tempering cure and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone with kidnappers while kidnappers are at large. Loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island, owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity. It has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenya. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be so patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Okay. How are you? How are our Hamsa? If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock from Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Last, the largest of these are recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host will repurpose its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You're ready? Then let us depart. You only need ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let's be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned, they have a wobbling gait. Looks absolutely comical. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga. The sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manyasa against the Merga before it was cast down on conflict's end. To the left and requiring no introduction is a tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, though the main part of the patchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Vashon on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we've enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We'd be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdane. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hamish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Illusion Fox of the Orzian contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there, too? Yes, tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We'd be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land by via patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the two occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So, it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. I have heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telafaroi? We know that they're the ones beyond the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. Why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Noronair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it is for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Brazatan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. I mean, I guess this is about as much of a road as I'm going to get, so we'll just keep following it. It threw us off and ran away. Ah, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with this tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Has a sack of Giant Skull for you. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull we always have set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Ah, welcome back. Dare I hope you have the Giant Skull? We do. It's all yours. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. Nice. We'll do what we can. Oh, I thought I could. Maybe we'll just run up along the beach here. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. Now all that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand, of course. I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. That can't be good. Looks like he did. Yeah, we have. The old you. Who the hell are. Oh! Oh! We fought him! He's a raid, one of the Alliance raid bosses. Not really. It depends upon the legacy you leave behind. Hmm. So crazy elegant scientist is our okay. Now that that's done, I do need to draw a card because while we were off stream, we did have a new follow from Chimichonks. So we need to draw a card for that. And so for Chimichonks follow, we have a Bahamut Zero to put it in our scrapbook. Okay, so Mon is back. Well, not really back. I guess he never really left, in a sense. Ah, your turn, but where is Mistress Nidhana? Manyasa preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. A lot of units put on that field. 113. Okay. The satrap at Vradzatan. First was informed of the situation, and Han's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana's trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding skills as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more skills, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win this fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of this tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link portal that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nunhada noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thank you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radzatan for an audience with His Excellency? Sure. Let's go take a look at this Radzatan. We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come with the gates to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Okay. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Would be nice. Okay. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let's rejoin our comrades of Charlie and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. I do believe except for this one. Yep, and yes. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnair, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you to we need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Crowd glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? True. Fair enough. Makes sense. Let's see, where are we going now? Yeah, the beach is going to be best. Ah, our friend of yours here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission to the tower, I'm told. The warding skills will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. If this is the future of Aether travel, I think I'll stick to the boats. I, no warning, however empathetic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be. We should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding skills. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. In this case, they're all yours. You have fun. Oh, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. Son of a bitch! If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As first agreed, we will divide into two groups. Illusion and her band will break the tower through the tower's defense and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The problems which the tower bringeth forth shall be the deities of Thavnairian myth. As we have no prior experience with such shows, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavnair, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. Okay. So, we'll hit join on that. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. You should be charging. Indicates it's charging. Okay. Expensive, but okay. Yeah, I know. Was hoping I would have had more time, but was not to be. Was not to be. Guy's not doing a very good. Think's not doing a very good job of keeping aggro. Come on. There we go. There we go. Damn it. I tried. I tried to get out of there. I mean, tank was at like 6 stacks, so you have chosen defiance. Well, I'm just going to be just fighting these two. Why am I trying to AOE? It just isn't going to be as effective or worthwhile. My 530 gear is better, so it's the next dungeon on that I have to. I was wondering maybe I just stopped tacking. Maybe she wouldn't care, but apparently not. So I mean, we're just going to use our ultimate. Why not hold everything? No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Damn. I'm just easy my ass. So many AoEs. So many AoEs. Just like, son of a bitch. Is this the next one on the list? I don't know which one's next. Dun 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 dun. Oh, I forgot to turn that back off. Well, only one way really to find out. Well, that's one way to destroy something. What stupid thing are you doing? Has to do with him. He did something stupid, I'm sure. We did our job. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzat Han for treatment. Alice and Ishtula will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. There we go. I think we're rested and ready to set out. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Varshan bade us come to Megduda at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Asin should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then? The guardsman at the gate should have waved us through. Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. If you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. I've been to Radzatan before. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Into the fountain we go. I presume I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap? If you require directions, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Radzatan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the ether rate disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Pox's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ravida Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Yeah, that does. When put that way. Now there's a conversation point over there. Let's go do that first, and then we'll head up. Oh yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radzat Han's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land they act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Ah, so adding a little lore into how the portals for the treasure hunting works. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. 'Tis a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. I like that. I like that. Heading to Megaduda, are you? In that case, please follow the hallway to my right and go through the door to the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Ravida Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Ah, Thavnarian weave, hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Imeric would be partial to the gold thread, and the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduda. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life was yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Greetings and welcome. May I inquire after your business? Members of the Signs of Seventh Dawn come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we have been expecting you. I'll show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me. There's got to be a better way. Huh. So they're not even from our Sundered Star, any of the realms. Very interesting. And by all means, please share. So, what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing. Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Avno has a mind to join the others at the High Crucible. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to the mulberry orchard. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzat Han. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. And here's the Aetheray Plaza. So far, so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Doubt's gonna let me attune to this yet. Nope. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place. I like that option. Hey, Ren. Uh, well, thank you for the raid. Didn't notify me of such. Wonder what's up with that. It's so far the story's been really interesting. It's given me a lot to think about. It's been very enjoyable. Still not fully understanding this flower thing, though. That sucks. I really want to know more about this flower. This flower is mystery. You realize you rated wrong, but you're hosting now. Well, thank you either way, Ren. I kind of figured something went wrong because it's just like, I see where she says she rated, but I'm not seeing the notification at all. So something must have gone wrong, whether it been something Rin did or just something that Twitch did, because Twitch is can be fickle at times and mess up. Because I've had to do that before in the past. It's been a long time, but I have had it happen to me where I did everything right and Twitch somehow screwed it up. Okay, where am I going? Back to Old Charlian. But it was interesting that because I don't think it was ever mentioned before in the game, but apparently the dragons came not from any of the various shattered realms of this star, but rather from a completely other star entirely. At least according to Vertra's story. And then uh Fandaniel's actually a Mon, the the elegant scientist, well, the crazy elegant scientist. Although I really kind of wish he'd stick more to the Amon name because I think that'd be more awesome than the Fandaniel one, but his choice. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from the respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back. Crown has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new improved lodgings now? Why not? Right now, Endwalker is right up there with Stormblood for me for my favorite expansion. I mean, I did because I really love the aesthetic and the looks of everything. See, honestly, if I hadn't been trying to get rid of a lot of my paperbacks and hardback copies of books, my room would probably look very similar to that, with all the books laying about everywhere. So cool, Porter. It's kind of interesting that even in it's kind of interesting that even in Eorzea, fast food takeout doesn't change a whole lot. We got pizza, we got burgers. I mean, I like a good burger, but I don't like the cheese to be melted. I like it to be still kind of solid as I'm eating it, meaning it needs to be freshly placed, still cold. I mean, I don't mind the cheese starting to melt as you're eating it. It's just something about just completely melted cheese on a burger just bugs me. It's just too messy. Now, if I could get a burger with melty cheese that wasn't just a mess, see, that's not the part that bothers me. It's actually all the mess that my hands get covered in. That's what bothers me. It's why it's like I love hot wings, but when you get bone-in hot wings, I just your fingers just get absolutely covered. I'm not sure I'd be very happy with that cookie. It's why I usually get boneless wings, because then I can at least use a fork and not really deal with the mess. I love those slice of life moments in games like this. Just kind of nice time to just kind of chill and honestly not something I would complain about. There's still a donut on on the table. That absolutely surprising to me. And the flower is now green instead of yellow. Interesting. The man's a psychopath. He's obsessed with one thing. Okay, sleep well. And thank you again for the raid. Okay, there we go, there we go. Cryo and Graha were having a pleasant conversation until you barged in. Oh, there you are, feeling refreshed, I hope? I was working my way to the studio as it happens. I want to try and speak with Scholar Amontache and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed with thavnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Ishtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Heading out for a stroll? The scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I am somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alvin of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. The wonders never cease. Yonder soon enough, off we go. Baked with either fish or vegetable flour, this fluffy loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritional standpoint, wholesome indeed, and according to cutscenes in the past, incredibly horrible tasting. Here it is, Phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As a center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlene's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same foppish speech, such is his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then. Youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studium at the same age, yes, and from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. As you say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in this shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this is where the legend of Alphino Leveille began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino. And with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for the scholar Montache. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's go up and ask his students if they've seen him. That was Alphino Levelet, wasn't it? The Alphino Levelet? And he's with his sister and Master Baldacian's granddaughter? This can only mean one thing. An event of epic, shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you were looking for the scholar? Yes, knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aleppo should have a better idea. Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly me. No orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal on here at Searchers Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. I have Pisa, this tongue of Gigantode that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest cleaner, you'll have to work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I beg your pudding, you're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios, not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. In time it's taken me to tell you all this, the scholar's probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Yeah. I mean, you'd think you'd have tighter security here and actually go, who are you and what are you doing here before actually just starting giving me information. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor perhaps to one of the auditoriums? Instead of me running back and forth between both sides of the building. You'd think they'd have some sort of paging system. I mean, we have link pearls and all that. What would that have been? I mean, yeah. That was cute. Okay. Well, that makes it 6 a.m., and I've got a day ahead of me. So, with that in mind, that is where we are going to call it a night. So let's take a look and see who's out there to raid. Great Beauregard. We haven't raided them in a while. We'll move over. Go ahead and copy and paste this into the chat. Thank you again, everyone, for coming by and hanging out and having some fun with us. We'll be back late tomorrow night. Till then, have a wonderful rest of your night.